Wait, it's Councilwoman.
Yeah, go. Turn.
Call to order. Right.
Ms. De La Vega? Here. Ms. Garcia Robes is absent. Ms. Perez is absent. Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Mr. Tunidor is absent. Mr. Zogby?
Present.
Mr. Junco?
Present.
Mr. Vice President, you have enough members to conduct business.
Great. Can I have the invocation, please? Led by Ms. Fajeda.
Lord, we pray for this meeting and for the mayor and council and all the administration and the employees. Amen.
Great. Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Zogby. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item, please.
The meeting guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page. There are
Great.
no presentations, sir.
And straight to comments and questions.
First registered speaker, Christian Peter.
Sure.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Christian Peter. I own 3719 and 3745 Northwest 50th Street. I reside at 1330 West Avenue in Miami Beach. With regard to the properties, I've owned those properties for the last 5 years, and it was always thought that the driveway that you drive in to access the building was the responsibility of Hialeah in terms of drains and so forth. So what happened was I reached out to one of the members of the roads department to see if we could get the drains unclogged because they've been very filled with during the rainy season, and there's sometimes 2 inches of water in the parking lot. Upon further inspection, it turns out that the drains that it's actually a private drive. And that all people that own on the street own to the center line of the street. So that is not the responsibility of the city. No problem. So as it turns out, the road behind the buildings is actually the property of the city of Hialeah. And I think because everyone thought the entrance, when I say everyone, I mean the city, figured the entrance was their responsibility. For some reason, the road behind had been neglected. The road behind the building is technically Northwest 50th Street. So I've included some pictures. I think they will be distributed to the board members of the condition back there. Some of the potholes are up to 3 inches deep, 20 feet long, sometimes 10 feet wide. My tenants are having a hard time getting deliveries back there because certain delivery companies refuse to go back there and I was even back there one time when the forklift driver got his forklift stuck in one of the potholes. So that we're experiencing trouble with my tenants. And I was wondering what the city was able to do in terms of the draining and the paving, because it looks like the city thought it was a private drive and it's actually otherwise. So that's what I'm here for tonight.
Got it. Thank you. Is this the first time bringing it to any attention of us or?
To the city council, yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you. If you don't mind, my assistant, Willie Sanchez, or Willie, can you please get his information down so we can speak to the street department, see what we can do for them? Yeah, please do me a favor. Just follow
Yeah,
me
we
right
could-
now.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Council Vice, but we could expedite this here. Somebody's from street here. I'm sure they could talk to them right now.
Thank you.
Perfect. I had sent pictures to one of the representatives at the street department
Okay,
and even followed up on December 4th.
got it. Okay,
right.
that's why I asked you.
The director's there, speak
Perfect.
to him, and then we could go ahead and speak about this.
Excellent.
Okay?
Okay.
See how we can work out this problem, okay?
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate your time.
Next speaker.
Barbara Canales.
I'll let you know when to do the Oh, I'm sorry. So I'll let you know when it's ready for the pictures. Okay. Oh, okay. So on behalf of citizens of Hialeah, Mayor Bobo, City Council members, Code Enforcement, Street Department, and Hialeah Police Department, Mr. Fuentes, thank you all for being the platform of destroying our treasure. Our beloved city name, Hialeah, comes from a Native American tribe, means pretty prairie. Those pictures over there, it shows you how irresponsible some of my neighbors are. We barely have any parking, yet they don't care. They're still trying to get those parking in their townhouse. Driveways, they're so tiny. They ended up in Hialeah as well. The same with the take-home work car, ends up in Hialeah as well. Next picture, please. Not commercial vehicles, it's still Hialeah as well. See that car, the big pickup truck with a trailer, has 2 cars on it, all wrap around those cars. And thank God they haven't run over the new trees, but in any time, somebody will. And at least the drivers, they haven't moved the cones, because I still pick up the cones from those new trees that give us oxygen and clean our oxygen. They're destroying them. This is what we hear 24/7 in our neighborhood. Remind me, about 40 to 50 cars parked there, and this is what we hear. Trying to get in and out of the Hialeah as well. There's the cars break that we hear 24/7. Next picture, please. You see? The chairs. I moved the chair, I didn't throw it away. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not cleaning Hialeah as well anymore. The dogs, their environment, dirty. 2018, President Trump advised current California governor to keep California flora and fauna. Water is essential source for survival. Next picture, please. 2025, California leaders' negligence for not keeping flora and fauna. California is burning, no water. We're so lucky that we have a body of water full of garbage where the ducks swim on that. And that canal was clean early November, and that picture is mid-December.
Got it.
So thank you for trashing our treasure.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next one.
Next speaker, Jose Azi. She can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Ozzy.
Okay. Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, this month more than ever, I've been very grateful. I'm a Hialeah resident. Like some of the things you see out of Los Angeles, some of it doesn't like believable, like they're actually that incompetent. So Happy New Year to everybody. I wanted to talk about like what gets me motivated for this. I came from Cuba in the Freedom Flights, 1971. I was 7 years old. We lived in a one-bedroom apartment, right? We lived 3 blocks from Southeast Park. In Southeast Park, I was to participate flag football, baseball, basketball, ceramics, field trips. And low income, we have other waves of Cubans coming in, especially the last 5 years. These new immigrants, or 80% of our population, cannot afford what's going on in Parks and Recreation. I'm going to highlight some of the things that have happened. We closed the park at Filer. We closed the park at Hialeah Middle. We closed the pools at Bright, Walker, and we closed the pool at Seminola. Like we got rid of also. And then on the same time, I just passed you the LLC company. There's a LLC company service out of Doral, servicing Key Biscayne, Coconut Grove, Doral, charging $2,000 a season. That's one company. There's another company out of City, Miami. They're servicing a league out of Doral. If you go on Instagram, you can call Doral Soccer, and they're using Roberto Casas Park. We have all these soccer leagues, and we don't have one competitive baseball league, which we had a very successful one at HAA, Hialeah Court, and then our Pony League. You know, we have all these soccer. So we're actually recreating more non-residents than residents, and our pools. We have to do something about doing that. I just wanted to I wanted to get feedback from you, right? Not only should residents that are paying for city services be allowed to go to the park and have a service, but you're up for re-election. I think whoever's running against you is going to bring up the fact that more non-residents are using our parks than residents, and people if you go to Southeast or any local park, there's nothing there. You have to my parents would have had to drive me to Wild Park, Sparks Park, and not even Southeast. I mean, there's no way. We only have one car in my home. So I just want to leave the last 38 seconds. What's the future of that you envision? Because you're probably going to get reelected if you play it right. And what do you envision about our Parks and Recreation program to middle income and low income residents?
Thank you. Just a comment I'm going to give you is I'm very confident in the leadership that we have and the long-term plan that we have. I mentioned that before to you. I'm pretty confident. I'm actually very proud of our park system right now. So that's pretty much and I'm very proud of what we've done in the past 3 years and before past. How long you been, Monica? And since you started, we all been focused on the park system. So I'm very confident in the future in that.
Do you have any plans bringing back the programs for low income and middle income, most of our residents? Or?
Most of our programs are for low income.
Gotcha. Sure.
Yeah.
$2,000 a season at Mine in the Park. We closed Bright, Walker, and the pool Seminola. We don't have summer programs.
So Ozzy, I'm not going to engage. Whenever you want.
Okay, I just want to give one example.
So when you come to the office, we can have a.
If we open 5 of the parks in the summer, we're eligible for $100,000 in free summer programs.
Gotcha.
We forfeited that because we're not even opening the parks in the summer for in the morning. So please consider 80% of our community.
Next speaker.
Gabriel Rodriguez.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm supposed to not make say couple of comments, but the timer is running too fast. So I'm going to take the opportunity to mention one and leave the other one for the next meeting. It's okay?
Thank you.
El primer comentario, sorry, I'm going to need a translator, please.
That's okay.
That's why the timer in my situation. El primer comentario que tengo que hacer es, Chief, Tengo que comentarle que
The first comment that I would like to make is for Chief.
80% o más del 80% de la fuerza policial en la ciudad de Hialeah están muy satisfechos, muy contentos con usted, con el mayor y con el resto de los concejales.
80% or more of the policial staff is content with you, the mayor, and the council.
Yo he conversado con conozco muchos oficiales de la policía de Metro, he estado haciendo preguntas. Está considerada la ciudad de Hialeah, que tiene el número 1 o el número 2 en llamadas de emergencia en esta ciudad.
I've been speaking to many people, and the city of Hialeah has the second major response time in calls, emergency calls.
Una vez que el dispatcher pasa la información a la ciudad, perdón, a los oficiales, en 15 o 20 segundos, no hay menos de 2 o 3 carros patrulleros atendiendo o el accidente o un incidente que haya ocurrido.
Once
Por-
dispatchers give the information to the officer, it is about 15 to 20 seconds that officers will be at the response time wherever the incident may be located.
Por eso es que está considerado el número 1 o el número 2 en ese sentido, la ciudad de Hialeah en la forma que está.
That's why the city of Hialeah is considered either first or second in that sense.
Chief, tengo que comunicar también que el 80%, quizás o más, de la fuerza policial en este momento están muy satisfechos con el trabajo que usted, el mayor y el resto de los concejales están haciendo. Tienen una muy buena reputación con la ciudadanía. Yo pregunto mucho y trato de buscar. Cuando hay algo, ustedes lo saben. Yo he llegado aquí, si había algún detalle incorrecto, lo he mencionado también. Yo no cubro nada que no sea totalmente correcto.
Chief, I've also been in communication with many people, and 80% of your staff also says that you are doing a fantastic job, as well as the council and the mayor.
La última, sí, el último comentario. Algunos oficiales, por el tiempo que me conocen, por el área que siempre estoy transitando, me han mencionado, es posible o me han comentado que en el 25 puede haber un pequeño contratico más con los oficiales. ¿Qué usted cree, Mr. Bobo? Ya, no tiene que contestarme.
Okay, good.
Es que me preguntan y me dicen, ¿ya me conocen? Y entonces,
Well, señor,
ok,
thank you,
disculpa,
Mr.
ya.
sí
Okay,
le
pues.
puedo decir, bueno, decirle en inglés. I can tell you that I saw you personally talking to constituents in Sedano. Sí, te dijo que te vi personalmente hablando con la comunidad en Sedano. So, gracias.
Okay.
Okay, gracias. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Natalie Lopez.
Hello. Name and address, please.
Yeah, Natalie Lopez, 19763 Northwest 87th Court, Hialeah, Florida, 33018. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As an alumni, I am here to advocate for the approval of the proposed school expansion. Kohia holds a very special place in my heart, and I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact it had on my education and personal growth. Not only was it the place that allowed me to learn all the knowledge required to be the oncology nurse that I am today, but it gave me a home that I can still go back to 10 years later and feel like the 14-year-old girl when I first walked those halls. How lucky am I to have attended Kohia? The same way it impacted me, it will positively impact our community. This expansion is not just about growing a school, it's about enhancing the opportunities and quality of life for Hialeah residents, particularly our students, families, and park goers. Currently, 76% of Kohia students are Hialeah residents. This means that the majority of our students live right here in the community and will directly benefit from this expansion. It allows for the state-of-the-art facility to keep expanding and be able to open doors and opportunities that might otherwise be out of reach. As a former student and sister of two sisters that currently still attend Kohia, I can witness firsthand the importance of the expansion to keep the campus closed off. There will also be meeting spaces for community events. These facilities will be open to Hialeah residents, giving everyone access to the state-of-the-art spaces for physical activity and social engagement. In fact, Hialeah residents will have more access to parts of the park that are currently restricted during school hours, such as the rec center, classrooms, and outdoor basketball and tennis courts. This will strengthen our sense of community by providing more opportunities for people to come together, be active, and connect. The expansion will modernize and upgrade the facilities, ensuring that students have access to the best possible resources. As a former student, I know how important it is to have updated technology and well-maintained classrooms that foster a productive and comfortable learning environment. These improvements will help set up students for success in today's rapidly changing world. Finally, with more space, the school will be able to offer a broader variety of extracurricular activities, sports, and events, helping students connect with one another and building lasting relationships. This sense of community is something that I truly cherished as a student, and I am confident that this expansion will create even more opportunities for future generations. In closing, I strongly believe that expanding the school will provide immense benefits to both the current and future students, teachers, and the wider community. I hope you'll consider approving this expansion so that our school can continue to thrive and offer the best possible education to all. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Next speaker.
Nicole Socarras.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, City of Hialeah members and Mayor Bobo. My name is Nicole Socarras. My address is 1314 West 78 Terrace, 33014. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the student body of Kohia. Last time I addressed you as a student. Today I stand here as a proud senior of Kohia, graduating with a high school diploma and an associate's degree from Miami-Dade College, with aspirations in political science and serving on the City of Hialeah Council. None of this would be possible without Kohia and Mr. Carlos Alvarez's dedication to our success. I have been a student at Kohia since the 6th grade, and a proud Hialeah resident since birth. Kohia students represent the heart, energy, and potential of Hialeah. We are not just students of today, we are the leaders, professionals, and the citizens who will carry this city forward tomorrow. This decision you make today regarding Kohia's expansion will directly shape that future. Who knows, some of us may be sitting in your exact chairs one day. We're asking for you to see us for what we are, the future of Hialeah. Approving this expansion meaning investing in a better equipped environment for us to learn and grow, and prepared to give back to the city that gave us so much. Furthermore, it will be a place for us to play, spend quality time with our families, and gather as a community as well. We are here because we care deeply about our school and the betterment of Hialeah. We also heard your concerns and those of our fellow residents. This motivated us to modify the plans to allow room for compromise because this is our city and everyone's input is valuable. We need your support to make this vision a reality by saying yes to this expansion. Hear our voices, see our passion, and recognize that we both want what is best for Hialeah. I may be one person, but I speak on behalf of the 757 families in Hialeah who have their children enrolled in our school. Invest in our education and secure Hialeah's foundation. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Carlos Alvarez.
Little higher. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Carlos Alvarez, founding principal of Kohia, 2590 West 76th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33016. I come before you this evening as a testament, right, of the evidence that's going to come before you today that the school our school community has demonstrated for the past 17 years. And one word continued to stand out to me these past few days, and that's the spirit of collaboration. This is not a school that is prideful and is coming before you today, sticking with their guns with the plans that were presented to you a month ago. As quickly as we left that meeting, we worked diligently, hearing your concerns, which you are also the voice of the residents, and they are your constituents. Like 76% of our student body's parents are your constituents as well. And like Nicole mentioned, we compromised. Although the work wasn't easy, it was a challenge. We're blessed to work with exceptional architects and collaborate with them to bring this vision to life today as it will be presented. Today is evidence of what we've been doing for 17 years, where we have been a true community school, working cohesively with the city of Hialeah, working cohesively with its partners to make sure that we bring what's best, not only for our community, but also for our residents, and above all, as a principal, for our students. Our students deserve the best facilities to deliver quality education, and our residents deserve the best amenities that can be provided in a public park. We are elated to present this to you this evening in the spirit of collaboration and working together as a true team that embodies a sense of community, a sense of collaboration, and the work ethic that it takes to deliver for our students, for our council members, and for our residents. Thank you.
Next speaker.
So we have an email that all of the council members received against the approval of the Kohia item, that the sender has asked that it be read into the record.
Please do.
Dear Mayor Bobo and members of the City Council, my name is Daniel P. Slade, and I speak today on behalf of the Slade children in strong opposition to the proposed annexation of any portion of Carl F. Slade Park located in West Hialeah by the City of Hialeah Educational Academy Charter School. This public park, a cherished community resource and a symbol of my father's legacy to a city he loved, is under threat of being partially annexed by a privately owned commercial entity. Allowing this would prioritize private interests over the needs of the residents who depend on these public spaces. And honestly, once annexation starts, the precedent has been set for any time the charter school needs more room. Background on our father. Many before us were responsible for making Hialeah the city we all love and cherish. Our father was one of those who settled, loved, and helped make the city grow into what it has become today. Ironically, if it weren't for the likes of those early pioneers who saw the city's potential, the school would probably not need to expand. Ironic. Our dad was responsible for the inception of the Hialeah Housing Authority, ensuring each city resident had affordable housing and at least 3 hot meals a day. Committed to his beloved Hialeah and South Florida, our father gave his time to the Hialeah Community Board and Miami-Dade County committees. In addition, he was a pioneering business owner within the city of Hialeah for over 38 years. Several Florida governors, legislators, Hialeah mayors, and council members affectionately referred to our dad as Mr. Hialeah. Lastly, but not in any way the least, he helped build Immaculate Conception, the church we all attended and served as altar boys. Public spaces like Carl F. Slade Park are more than land. They are the heart of a community. They're where our children play, where neighbors gather, and where future generations learn the value of shared resources. Once we start taking them away piece by piece for the benefit of private interests, we're not just losing a park, we're setting a precedent that makes us a far less kind, inclusive, and livable place. We urge you to consider the long-term impact of this decision. Let us honor the legacy of those who built Hialeah and protect the resources that make our city strong, vibrant, and united. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, the Slade family, Richard Slade, Carla Rosano Slade, Dennis Slade, Daniel Slade, and Joseph Slade. No, sir, but I believe they're not Florida residents.
Thank you. Any more comments and questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, may I speak? I have a comment. I
Yes, sir.
didn't get here in time to raise it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor. My name is Frank De La Paz, 1100 Southwest 104th Street, Miami. I'm now the resident of Hialeah. I didn't get a chance to be here on last meeting and say Happy New Year. But I'm glad that I'm here today to say Happy 100 year, Hialeah. I seen that the city already started the movement for the birthday celebration. I'm looking very forward to it. It's funny, also this month, it has been my 52nd year of coming to this building and interact with our city government. So eventually we'll be 50, I hope. One thing that I have never seen, and I do believe that maybe the mayor will say, yes, we got something working on it, but it should not be up to the mayor, it should be to the council. These chambers of ours, come on, people, it needs upgrading. I haven't seen it in 52 years, maybe change the rug once and maybe fix some of the chairs. But I believe it's time for an upgrade and modernization. These nice ladies here, they deserve a better place. And at least the handicaps can come in and sit there, even though it's not ADA accessible. So maybe with this enthusiasm of celebrating 100 years, we can get something going from somewhere and, you know, put a little more lipstick and do some changes to these chambers because I think it's about time. I mean, it will never get bored to me or looking at the same thing. I've been looking at it for 52 years, but, you know, I just thought that when I sit over there on that corner, you're going to see that the only reason I sit there is because nobody can sit next to me. That seat has been broken for over 25 years. So have a nice, yes. So Happy New Year and happy birthday, Hialeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Councilwoman.
Chair.
Yeah. No.
Not online. I'm not sure in the chambers. Anyone else who would like to speak? Nope.
Good. Yes. You're granted.
So I just wanted to make a comment to Mr. Ozzie, because I know you wanted the feedback. And I know you're very passionate about parks, but I will tell you that I think a lot of us up here are very passionate about parks too. When I first came on, onto council 6 or 7 months ago, I also wanted to learn about all the programs because I was listening. And I will say, I think we have an amazing parks program. I know parks has changed, right, throughout the years, but we have a basketball program, right? And I talked to other people, other cities about what, to compare. Our basketball program, I think in 2 seasons had over 500 children, participants playing. Actually, one of the comments that I thought was great on Hialeah was that a neighboring city has the same basketball program as us, and they charge $100 per participant. We charge $45, right? So that I find as a great thing for our city and our residents. And I would think that's where, we're talking about the affordability. I know you've mentioned a couple of times that we don't have anything for dance, but we have a dance program. We have cheerleaders. The dancers, by the way, compete February 1st. So, we have a lot, flag football. I mean, I think I think I believe, and we have a rec flag football from my understanding. And actually, I think I asked not too long ago that we transport them from park to park. You say we don't have, do we have rec? I just want to make sure. Okay. So, you know what? The other thing is the skate park. Like I went the other day to visit the park and we have the skate park. Like no neighboring city has that. So I'm very proud of what our Department of Parks has done. And we're continuing to grow water parks, right? Bucky Dent, I believe is, is in the works. So again, just to give you a little bit of feedback, I think parks is not what it used to be, right? Just evolving. But I'm very proud of what we're doing, and I think it's just going to grow more, right? And I think our parks program and all of us are always open to hearing, right? Any new programs that we can bring, let's bring them, right? Let's make Hialeah Parks the best program. Actually today, I think on social media, I saw that the Marlins was offering free training for our baseball program. So I think those are all great things. And I just wanted to kind of mention that to you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next item.
Rafael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor, Council Vice President, members of the City Council, on December 10th, 2024, under the provisions of Section 286.011, subsection A, Florida statutes, we requested the City Council meet in private to discuss the pending litigation in the case of Porky's Cabaret, Inc., doing business as Bella's Cabaret et al. Versus Carlos Hernandez in City of Hialeah, case number 123 CV 22747 RKA, pending in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. The City Council approved that request and will now at approximately 6:25 p.m. commence a private attorney-client session under parameters of Section 286.011 subsection A Florida statutes. The subject of the meeting is confined to litigation expenditures and/or settlement strategies related to the reference case. This private meeting will conclude in approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by members of the City Council, including the Council President, Council Vice President, Council Member Tundidor, Council Member Perez, Council Member Carl Zogby, Council Member Melinda de la Vega, Council Member Juan Junco, Mayor Esteban Bovo, City Attorney Rafael Suarez Rivas, Deputy City Attorney Barbara Govea, Assistant City Attorney Peyton W.H. Polyakov, and Special Outside Counsel to the City Lourdes Widler on behalf of the City of Hialeah, and a court reporter. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that this session is fully transcribed, and a transcript will be made available to the public upon conclusion of the above cited litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular City Council meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the City Council meeting will announce a termination of the attorney-client session and reopening the regular City Council meeting. And I should probably mention that Council President Jacqueline Garcia Rovis and Council Member Jesus Tundidor are absent. Thank you.
This meeting is now in recess. It's on. It says recess. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, go ahead. Announcements of amendments and corrections to the agenda. The add-on items are consent item 11 double J, double K, and board appointment item 10C. Land use item 16A and 16B have both been postponed until the city council meeting of January 28, 2025. Consent item 11A has been amended to reflect the correct vote for the motion to table on zoning item 16F of the city council meeting of December 10th, 2024. And consent item M has been amended to reflect the correct expenditure amount.
Thank you. Good.
Yes, sir.
All right, with the permission of the council, and if everybody can go home, I'd like to move the P and Z, item C, right, of the P and Z for discussion now. Good?
If there's no objection, yeah, it's item 17C, right? Right.
Item 17C.
17C, I'm sorry.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-181, to allow the expansion of an existing school with grades 6 through 12, allowing an increase of 250 students for a maximum population of 1,250 students. Property located at 2590 West 76th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing Kohia. Appreciate the moving up the item for these, as you can see into the audience today, a number of
Yeah, I can
students,
see
and
them.
you heard obviously from one of our students and from an alum during public comments. And so, thank you for moving that up. Obviously, we were before you last month, and I think, and I hope, as our principal, as Principal Alvarez said, I hope what you'll see is in the spirit of collaboration and compromise. And so he has already kind of teed up. So we have a presentation I'm going to run through. I'm not going to run you through certain things. I'm not going to run you through how great the school is because you all know that already. I'm not going to run you through all the statistics. I'm not going to get into a lot of the, background and the history of the school when it was and how it was founded and all of those reasons. I think you all know that. And I think we're here and we heard what you said. And I think we've got some meaningful changes to the site plan that will address the concerns that this board, in listening to the community, expressed. And so hopefully we're able to move this evening with a, first reading passage and then back in 2 weeks for our final hearing. Next slide, please. And again, kept a couple of the sheets, but we all know this is located at Slade Park and will continue to be. And I think one of the points to mention here, obviously, is, this is continues to be a park, will always be a park. The buildings will be owned by the city of Hialeah as the current existing buildings are owned. I think there's a lot of, I won't get into 2 slides worth of the legal history behind who owns what, but I mean, this is not some private enterprise. This is, buildings that will be owned by the city, although they'll be built by Kohia, a public charter school. So hopefully we can put that issue to rest, notwithstanding the fact you had a letter read into the record that incorrectly stated that the school was owned by private interests. The school is managed by a not-for-profit board, much like this body sat as the not-for-profit board for 17 years prior to this year. So we'll go to the next slide in which we talk a little bit about that. And again, and you heard the statistic from one of our, I believe our alum and our principal certainly about, 76% of our students being City of Hialeah residents and how important that is. So when we keep in mind the changes we're making for the community, we're making it for the community, the greater community, but also the community of students that are residents and their parents who are here this evening and the parents that maybe couldn't be here this evening and the students that couldn't be here that are going to benefit from this incredible school being able to expand and what we believe now it might be a little more consistent with the original plans in keeping us more on the periphery of the property and perhaps having less of an impact on what you could consider green space or parkland. Next slide. So this is, again, how this has been done. And I'd ask you to just kind of pay particular attention to the three phases on the top left. All of those have been built. I'm going to show you a couple of slides now that are going to be historical aerials about how those buildings were all built in parking areas. They didn't impact the ball fields. They didn't impact the recreational area. They were built in parking areas. And that's a meaningful consideration. What we're going to do is continue that pattern. And then obviously these buildings that you see on the rest of this site, the rec center, the basketball courts, and the other ball courts, tennis and volleyball, and obviously the use of the city library all goes away as this moves forward, and there's no need for the school to utilize those areas anymore. Next slide. So this is what we proposed, what was recommended for approval by planning and zoning, and what we brought to you at first reading. And obviously you see that the gym and the career training hall, which is a classroom building and will have certain focus, were moving to the east, right? I mean, they were encroaching into and fundamentally removing that softball field that exists there today. And so in addition to that, we were constructing a series of new fields and courts to the south. And that is what we brought before you. And obviously we heard concerns with, next slide. So what were some of those concerns to kind of highlight? Encroachment of the school campus onto public parkland. I mean, it's all in a park, but certainly the usable green space. And I want to keep coming back to that because I think that is really when we say parkland, we're talking about making sure that the city and the students all have the ability to use the recreational spaces as intended. So that was one. The use of the gym. Again, Kohia is proposing to build a gym. This gym will be utilized not just by Kohia, but we made an offer and have made an offer and have now bolstered that offer to utilize or to allow the city and to give the city an additional evening in which they'll have unfettered access, and continuing discussions and conversations as time passes, once seasons are set and the like, what more can be done. But we've added certainly one more express date, and we'll get to that for a second. Obviously, the encroachment of the school campus meant the elimination of the softball fields entirely, because the one on the north would be taken up by buildings, and then the one on the south was going to be improved with recreational areas, but would no longer be a softball field. That one will still be improved with recreational areas, but those will be green space. Those will be the pickleball courts and the pitches and the soccer pitches and the like. And then on that last point, and I know Councilwoman De La Vega and others expressed some desire to perhaps keep the conversation going with respect to what that additional multi-purpose area, those ball fields that the school will build for the city's use exclusively, the pickleball courts, the soccer pitches, the mini soccer pitches, the track that goes around it. We have had months and months worth of discussions with the city, with Parks administration, with the administration and Parks personnel as to that particular program. But, we've got to go through a permitting process. There is going to be time for that to be tweaked. And if this administration council wishes for there to be additional discussions with respect to what that might be, if instead of 3 pickleballs courts, it's 2 and it's something else. I mean, I think those conversations could certainly still be timely. That'll all be part of permitting and the like. The commitment of Kohia to build that is ironclad, however. And so we're showing what we, not what we wanted necessarily, but what we discussed with Parks and the city that they wanted to see there. But to the extent that conversation needs to continue, we have no objection to continuing that conversation, even beyond an approval, because those recreational fields could certainly be changed up or tweaked as necessary. So next slide. So what does it look like now? So I'm going to start out with kind of a rendering, sort of your the, I guess, southeast. You're like a bird in the southeast corner of the park here, looking to the northwest, and you'll see the 3 buildings, which we keep in white just to give you some clarity as to what they are. And then you see that we continue down that perimeter on 26th Avenue, that area of parking with the additional buildings, and the only building that then encroaches would be the gymnasium, which we are providing for both recreation and for use by the city. So the only building that sort of comes into the east would be the recreational, the gymnasium for use by Kohia and by the city. So what you will see also is that the softball field in the north remains exactly as it is today. So there's no loss of that softball field whatsoever, how it is today. And hopefully there'll be more robust programming and that field will continue to get utilized. But now it will be able to be utilized because it will remain exactly as it will, as it is today. And to the south, there will be new additional recreational amenities that everyone can enjoy. So next slide. Now the less pretty picture, but no less telling, and a lot of what I just discussed. So the existing 3 buildings in the kind of northwest corner of the site, and then phase 4, 5, and 6. The gym becomes the 6th phase. We originally had 5 phases. We split up the building really neatly. The building will connect at a higher level with kind of like a bridge between the buildings. And so it's got, and we have our architect here and he's done an amazing job of trying to keep us within that footprint of that parking area. And so the yellow buildings, the 3 existing, and then the 2 additional classroom buildings, and then the gym, which is to the east, and then existing softball field to remain. Obviously, the one to the east we were never touching, but that remains. Shared play areas, the turf field and track that we've been discussing, could be exactly what you see today or might be changed. Public plaza, and then along the south part, as we always intended, improvement of the parking again along the perimeter, which is where the parking for any park would typically go. And of course, the city, as I mentioned in an earlier slide, regaining the use of the rec center courts and the courts that exist today, and of course the library in its entirety. So all of that green area now is area are areas that are either going to be constructed by the school for the use of the city or will remain and will be untouched. For instance, the existing softball field that will remain. So the really, fundamentally speaking, the plan went from a plan that created kind of the northwest corner or quadrant. It wasn't quite a quarter of the parcel or close to it, but it did impact that whole area and take away that field to now being completely down sort of the parking corridor. And let's go to the next slide. And this is the bottom slide in particular. That's the west elevation. So if you're standing in the west, those 3 buildings on the left side of the sheet or the slide there are the 3 buildings that exist today, and then you'll see the buildings that are coming in over to the right, which is really to the south. We're looking at that picture from the west. It's like we're standing out on West 26th and looking and seeing 3 buildings that exist, and then the proposed buildings to the right. That is now the kind of the perimeter that we're creating along 26th Avenue, which I think reflects the wishes and what we heard. Next slide. So some other graphics and the like for the gymnasium building and other elevations. And again, I don't think we heard that there was in any way, shape, or form a dislike of the architecture. I mean, obviously it's going to be complementary to the existing buildings. It's been beautifully designed, but we did want you to get a sense of what's going to come to life here and what you heard these students talk about, what you heard Principal Alvarez talk about creating that sense of community. Next slide. It brings us back, and I wanted to show you all, because this is a historical overview. This is what it looked like before anything was built. And so that yellow area on the top left is where those 3 first phases were constructed. And if you actually look to the 3 smaller boxes in color to the right, you see with aerial photographs taken how by 2009, then 2016, and then by 2020, those 3 buildings that exist today, that area that exists today in the northwest corner, all got built, but within that framework of the parking area, not impacting usable green area. So thought this was a telling slide that brought us back, out of your concerns. We were able to find a solution, which is, what did we do originally? How was this approved? It wasn't plopped down in the middle of a baseball field or a softball field. It was done in parking areas because it made more sense to find ways to accommodate the parking, but not take away the green space. And so, we appreciated that opportunity, and our architect did a terrific job of bringing back as a new vision, really what the old vision of this campus was, which is, had been constructed in this area. Next slide now shows you the rest of that yellow, and then the green area that we highlight is green area we're going to build for the city, which will remain public and usable. The yellow area that you see kind of in small within the green, that's the gymnasium. And we, obviously the gymnasium is a building, but it is a building that is used for recreational purposes. A gymnasium in a park is very much usable recreational space. It's not a classroom, and we can debate the merits. Obviously, classrooms are essential, but we understand that they won't necessarily help somebody exercise or go to a ball game or whatever the case may be. The gymnasium now will absolutely do that. And so we felt comfortable showing it in this graphic to give you a sense of how like that southern area for that one softball field is replaced with a series of other active uses. What is this next slide? What does this mean in numbers for green and recreation area? Today, we roughly estimated about 289,000. We just kind of did our architects kind of looked at all of the green space and what are the areas that, the residents could use today, right? What are the fields and the courts and the like? 289,000. Our initial submittal brought that number down to 234,000 because, of course, that softball field in the top was going away. That's where we were putting our classroom building. So if you look at the slide on the right, you'll see that the prior proposal taking away that field resulted in a net loss of about 50,000 square feet, over an acre, which is what one would reasonably anticipate a softball field might take up, about an acre of land. Next slide. If you see now, the slide on the left is a repeat just so that you would have the point of reference once again of the existing usable space. Now on the right, you've got all of the recreational area. And again, we're showing that bottom square as entirely usable because the one building there is a gymnasium building, and we're going to talk a little bit about the use of that building. But obviously, it's playing basketball or volleyball inside a gymnasium is every bit as recreational as playing softball or baseball. So when you add it up, we actually end up adding some usable area because we at this point are able to kind of fill in and make that entire area a green space and the gymnasium space. When you add up that square footage, it actually ends up being just a little bit. Really, the only green space that you would lose at that point would be sort of that little red area of 7,000 square feet, which is where along the perimeter where we're going to put parking, which was, I guess the far left field of that bottom softball field. So you're gaining at the end of the day additional square footage, and what we think is probably a more accurate, programmatic, desirable use these days, maintaining a softball field for continued use, but rather than having the two softball fields, having these additional spaces. So I thought this was telling. I thought that the numbers speak loudly to the fact that by repositioning this campus, we were not only keeping recreational and green and usable space, but also adding to it and enhancing it. So next slide, talking a little bit about that gymnasium that we've discussed so many times. Some of this you've seen, and then there's an addition. 100% access when school is out of session. We talked about it, summers and breaks and the like. I mean, the city having the ability to use the gym at all times. When school is in session, the weekends, we had Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We've added Wednesday evening. Obviously the school's teams are going to need to play games in the evening, so they need to remain some flexibility. And so we were able to carve out an additional day, which really means 2 of the weekdays, Wednesday and Friday. It'd be difficult unless you had a game right after school, but a lot of times like basketball plays later. I told the story to a bunch of people. I mean, I played baseball and basketball in high school. Baseball games were at 3:00 because we didn't have lights. But our basketball team played in the evening because, JV would play at 6, varsity would play at 8:00 or something like that. So that allows the school to utilize the gymnasium for their teams, on a set schedule. Wednesdays and Fridays, Wednesday and Friday evening, Saturday and Sunday, entirely the city. So really, when you look at it, it's I think very equitable. And a conversation along that line can certainly include that once schedules are set and the teams and Principal Alvarez and the coaches set schedules, to the extent that there's an additional evening where they're just practicing and they're going to be done with practice. Once schedules are set, there may be additional opportunities, but we wanted to carve out one additional day without, hey, this may not work or whatever. So they'll know they can't schedule evening activities on Wednesdays in addition to Fridays. So that addition of an extra day, I think, is meaningful and hopefully addresses some of the concerns that we had. Next slide. And again, this reflects the program that we discussed with the Parks Department and with the administration that the school did. multipurpose turf field, synthetic track, pickleball courts, and the like, all for use of the city, all new improvements paid for by Kohia for the use of the city. The school will not use those facilities during the day, so there's no issue. Those pickleball courts or whatever it ends up being can be utilized at 10 in the morning on a Tuesday or 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday. It doesn't matter. Obviously, to the extent that the school wants to utilize it for something after school one day, they'll have to just book it with the Parks Department as they've done other facilities. I was reminded in chatting with some folks during the recess, the gymnasium also offers up an additional benefit and opportunity, which is that the school utilizes Bucky Dent Gym quite a bit. It's going to free up. So not only is the city gaining the use of this gymnasium, they are also going to be, the Kohia will be utilizing Bucky Dent almost entirely. 100% less, maybe there'll be some event or something and they'll just book it like anybody else could, but certainly they're not going to be having all their teams play there. And that's meaningful. So not only is this facility going to provide additional opportunities for the city, but Bucky Dent will be freed up for additional opportunities for the residents of the city, teams, leagues, whatever the case may be. So, we go to the next slide. Like I said, I didn't want to belabor points that I didn't think were in dispute. Again, the incredible work that Principal Alvarez does, the passion of these parents and students that you've heard from again today, that came to 2 P&Z meetings, that have now been to 2 council meetings, and God willing, one more. But the quality of the school, the quality of the administration, their commitment to the city, I think is beyond reproach. I mean, I think all of you up here, went out of your way to mention that during your first reading, during our first reading. What we did today is we wanted to come back and not belabor the point too much of what were the changes that were made and how does that address the concerns that you all brought up. And so I think really in closing, and then I'll answer any questions you have, I'd like to play a video that we have. We showed you a video the last time with the old campus, the old proposed campus. Now we want to show you a video, if you'll indulge us, of how this new campus will look. And we hope that it'll leave you as excited for this expansion as our students, our parents, and our administrators are. So if we could cue that up. Oh, we had it. Okay, there we go. That's the gymnasium and the sort of with the roof covering there. And that's 26th Avenue and the buildings, the existing buildings, and then the classroom buildings. And obviously leaving the softball field that we were previously impacting untouched as it is today, with no impacts to it. And obviously, as you pull back, then you see the rest of the park, which again remains a park and no one taking over. And then obviously the parking along the south side that we are adding to support both our operations and ultimately, of course, parking that'll be available for the use by the city. So I again, as Principal Alvarez said, in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration, I hope that this plan and these revisions are well received. We've worked really hard to try and find something that is a compromise, all C words, a compromise, and something that'll work for the school, but also is sensitive to the needs of the community and the wishes and needs of this council. So I thank you once again. Thank you again for moving the item up so that these students and parents can be here for it. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And we would respectfully ask for your support this evening and an opportunity to come back for final hearing in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. This item's for first reading, so there's no public comments right now, but there is open for discussion for the council members.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
One question just to clarify, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but so everybody knows the answer. Our financial arrangement that we made in the original proposal doesn't change.
Right.
With this new proposal,
Correct. We
right?
continue to build what we've agreed to build and
But
pay rent as we are agreeing to pay. Correct.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
we're getting an improvement on the park. We're going to be making a yearly good income
Right.
from the school. And wow. And if we were to do these capital improvements ourselves with a gymnasium and pickleball courts and a soccer field or whatever, that would cost us millions of dollars.
Yeah, yeah,
To the
just a
city.
recreational
And
facility.
somebody else is paying for it now, and we
Correct.
get to use it. It's still ours.
Yeah.
It's completely ours.
Correct.
It remains ours.
It remains yours. It's city
We're not
property.
renting it to them. We're not selling it to them.
No, those recreational facilities and all of that will be built at no cost. The buildings will be rented out. They'll be constructed at Cohia's cost, and then, the city and the school have a rent, agreement. You all see that in a different capacity. That's not part of the conditional use permit. Obviously this is a bit of a zoning function, but yes, you all will continue to see that. But there are no changes to the economics of this, of the school and its relationship with the city with revising these plans.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Do we, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Arza, for the presentation. I just wanted to say that, I wanted to thank you and the team, because it's evident that you took a lot of our feedback, and everybody's feedback, right? Like Nicole said, everybody's feedback is valuable, right? Everybody's, so it's evident. It's obviously an example also of collaboration, right? One of the things that I wanted to say that I do appreciate in the drawing, right, is that I do see it as an improvement to our field, kind of like how Carl said. One of the things that I was thinking when I saw this too was, that field that was there at the time, probably, maybe it was a practice field, right? 'Cause I asked, and maybe you had 10, 12, 15 kids, maybe 20 kids practicing, at a time. But now with these improvements, right, we can now have 30, 40, 50 individuals enjoying our parks at this time. So I definitely see that as an improvement, and the fact that, it's being built for the city is obviously something that is appreciated. I have a question because I saw the picture. Is a gymnasium going to be called? Okay, so just for picture
It says that,
purposes?
I don't know, I mean, I don't want to get in trouble and say that after that letter, I'm reconsidering whether, it's Carl Slade Park. So it made sense to place the name on it today. I don't think we have any intentions of changing it, but it will be a city building. So I suppose you all can do whatever you wish with that.
So just
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you. So just some clarifications. The pickleball courts, because it said shared field, is that going to be open?
Well, I just want to make sure that it's,
Sure.
let me see. I'm just flipping through it. I just want to make sure I speak to, no, there's just play area, shared, we called it that. That's where the pickleball courts are going to go. Yeah. Which again, could be pickleball or it could be another court type use. I think we just wanted to, shared is not in the sense that the school will be using it during the day. Shared is merely that it could be used by different uses within that area.
Okay.
Just to be
Perfect.
clear on that. Yeah.
And I also wanted to say thank you to your team, because I know that one of the things that we had expressed last month's meeting, right, was that we had agreed, or the agreement was for 3 days, and now technically we have 4 days.
Correct. Yeah.
For the indoor gymnasium. I think that's all that's the only question I had about really the shared area. And actually, sorry, one more.
Yeah.
So to clarify, the pickleball courts and the soccer fields will be accessible during park hours, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. So that of the slide that had our new plan, if you want to go to it, but it's of the proposed today, the only part of that area that wouldn't would be the gymnasium, which is under the schedule that we're discussing. That other area around the pickleball courts, the pitch fields, the plaza areas. And again, these are open areas and they could be reprogrammed by the city at any point in the future for a use that we may not have. I hadn't heard of pickleball 5 years ago, so who knows what the next thing will be.
Right.
So.
And sorry, one more thing, please. So if this moves forward, and that means that the children will no longer be using the library area.
Correct.
And the
Rec center,
The rec
library, and the courts that are to the east of the rec center, the existing basketball, volleyball courts over there.
So will will Kohia be kind of handing that back over to the city? I just wanted to make sure, kind of like ready for us to use to full capacity.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think in speaking, with folks at the city, I think they're, obviously it's in use. So to the, we're your tenant, we're your partner. To the extent that something needs to be like if you give back, like, I don't know, if you're leasing an apartment and you give it back, you have to leave it in good condition. These will be left in good condition. We're going to be 50 yards away. We're not going to leave something looking poorly. So not to be worried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have a motion.
I motion.
Do we have a motion by Mr. Zogby? Do we have a second?
Second.
Get a second? Councilwoman.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 28th, 2025.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Appreciate it.
Board appointment item 10A. Proposed resolution appointing Evan Gonzalez to the Board of Commissioners of the Hialeah Housing Authority of the City of Hialeah, Florida, for a 4-year term beginning on January 14th, 2025 and ending on January 14th, 2029.
Mr. Gonzalez here.
Yes.
How you doing, sir? So I do want to speak about him because the mayor's not here. I've seen that man grow up. So welcome, and I'm telling you, we look very excited for having you part of the board. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, motion.
What are you gonna say, Carl?
Did you ask for a motion for his appointment? Yeah.
Second.
I'll motion again.
Yeah, right.
We have a motion by Mr. Zogby and a second by Ms. De La Vega. Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item 10B, proposed resolution appointing Jesus Kohia to the Veterans Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah for a 2-year term beginning on January 14th, 2025 and ending on January 14th, 2027.
I'm sorry.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Motion.
Motion. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Got it, thanks.
We have a motion by Mr. Zogby and
Yeah,
a second.
second.
Who's the second? Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item 10C, proposed resolution appointing Barbara Hernandez to the Board of Commissioners of the Hialeah Housing Authority of the City of Hialeah, Florida, for a 4-year term beginning on January 14th, 2025 and ending on January 14th, 2029.
Motion.
I have a second. I'm sorry. Is she?
She is here.
She is here. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Barbara. How you doing? Welcome.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Zogby, second by Ms. De La Vega. Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
You have a good looking board there.
Thank
Bye.
you. Welcome. Congratulations.
We're moving now to consent.
Please.
If anyone wants to pull an item.
Does anybody want to put any items? Or,
I wish to pull an item.
Otherwise-
I wish to pull an item.
okay.
And with planning and zoning, with the Parks and Recreation and the soccer, and T, which planning and zoning, the impact fee and the High Line.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Zogby
Okay. And
and then T, ma'am.
do we have a second?
It's on. We just need a second.
Yeah, do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Zogby and a second by Ms. De La Vega. Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed, except items N and T. Consent item N, proposed resolution accepting the RFP responses for request for proposal 2023-24 3130-36028 for the Youth Soccer Program Management Services and awarding the following sites to the awarded proposers: Mylander Park Development and Scouting LLC, Atlético de Madrid Academia, Goodlet Park, Hialeah City Football Club LLC, Senator Roberto Casas Park, PV International Sports Kids LLC, Southeast Park, and subject to availability to play, Mylander Park Soccer Cage LLC, for an initial term of 3 years with an option to renew for an additional 2 one-year terms, and in substantial conformity with RFP 2023-24-3130-36028 attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing the mayor or designee to sign any related and customary purchasing documents to effectuate this resolution, and providing for an effective date.
I'm ready.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I want to clarify this. This is giving permission to limited liabilities companies to charge $2,000 at Mylander Park, $250 per month at other parks to recreate Key Biscayne, Doral. I've been to all these, like we become this haven because people know they rent our parks, because heaven forbid they go to Doral. Doral will never allow this, or Miami Beach, because those cities use their tax dollars for their residents. I want to make an amendment to this, right? Since we have no programs, Louis, Mr. Rodriguez, please correct me, because like you make these general statements, correct me as I go along. Since we have no programs, let's say park like Slade Park. You guys know Arnie Alonso, he was assistant director of Slade Park. Slade Park has always been the busiest park with the most kids, that's like by far, right? Today, we don't have one program for the residents of Slade that live in that community. We don't have one program. And it was left out in that presentation very nicely. That big field is not a softball field. That's an official baseball field. The field we never talked about, only Kohia can use that. It's funny how these lobbyists like sugarcoat everything, right? So at least use the money, bring one program, one. Like they say, we had 6 and 9 basketball, 6 and 9 football, 10 and 12 basketball, 10 and 12 football, flag football, 13 and 14 in each age group, in all the parks, right? At least, since Slade Park is so busy, bring back one program. And let's say we're gonna bring back one program for like Southeast Park, which correct me, Louis, as I go along. I'm sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, correct me as I go along. We don't have one program for the residents of Southeast Park, right? We don't have one program for the residents of Bright Park or the residents of Walker. Use this money if we're gonna use our fields to generate money, right? That's what we're doing. We're renting our fields to non-residents, so they use it and we generate money. Let's earmark this money for programs, at least one program, right? Like if I live by Palm Lakes Park, right? I have the right to take my child for one program, right? Just one. Maybe arts and crafts, maybe we could bring back cheerleading in all the parks, maybe we could bring back the girls' sports in all the parks, or one program, at least, each community that's paying taxes has the right in their local park, they should have at least one program. Like right now in Southeast Park, there's a tennis academy out of Doral using the tennis courts, and of course, non-resident using the soccer. So my amendment is, can you use that money that we're just using our parks for profit for non-residents? Can you make an amendment where that money has to be used to bring one program to each park?
Motion on the item.
Just to answer your question, Mr. Ozzie, I think that the idea of that, I agree with you. I think it sounds great. But when you put it into motion, I think it's difficult because one, you may not have one coach at every single park that knows that it's.
No, I'm saying city,
cheerleading.
our staff.
I'm replying
Sorry.
to the example that you gave about cheerleading. You may not have one coach at every single park with enough enrollment for that particular sport at every single park.
This-
So if we bring back that one particular sport, we may not have the employee that knows the trade and knows the sport, and enough enrollment in participants for that interested sport at that allotted time. So it makes it difficult. And that's why I think once you put it out there and you have these applications, that's when you start to see the number
Right.
that is
I need to
difficult.
correct you as a recreation professional, and I have a lot of whatever education, all that. Okay,
But-
for 50 years,
that
we've
was-
always had programs in all the parks, for 50 years.
And I,
Wait,
I used to teach cheerleading at one of the parks, but that's not how it is anymore. The interest of kids is not the same as it used to be, because now a lot of
So
schools offer it.
only the resident of Doral, those kids have a,
Ozzy,
wait, but I'm saying, I want to correct it, right? Hialeah still loves recreation. They love flag football, we don't offer. They love basketball in all the parks, we don't
I'm
offer.
not disputing
The
that.
girls love
I'm
sports, we
answering
don't
the
have.
question that you asked. You
Yes.
asked, can we have one
Of course,
particular
that's simple.
sport
We have 4
at
staff.
every single park?
We always did for.
And that's a simple reply.
let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
We always end up like this and then.
No, I'm very cool with Monica. Sorry, I'm very cool with Ms.
So Ozzy,
Perez.
Ozzy, let me talk and you talk.
Sorry,
So
right.
let's do something. No, I'm sorry, I got, you're passionate, I'm passionate about the parks. We talked about this last year. I'm always in the parks. We're always in the parks. We have a new councilwoman that's living in the parks. Last night I was in the
And she's
park.
hungry.
Listen to this. Last night I was in Goodland. I took a picture at 8 o'clock at night to the director to look what's going on with him. And he responded, because we're all in the parks. I grew up in the parks. This is the last time I'm gonna talk.
Who's
about it.
using Goodland?
Listen, this is the last time I'm gonna talk to you directly. I grew up in the parks. I ran in the parks. The funds that we sit down with finance, we're looking at what the dollars are going to the parks. As a Hialeah resident here since 1976, the parks have never been like this.
Right, by
Number two-
non-residents,
number
that's
two-
my point.
number
You
two-
backing my
no,
point?
Listen, number two,
Okay.
flag football, Goodland. We tried to start it last year. Guess what? We didn't have any participation. My son was there. He loves football. Guess what? They're playing soccer now. Again,
No,
okay. again,
basketball is
so-
still
so-
more popular, so is flag
so
football than
again-
soccer in
again,
Hialeah.
by the way, man, nobody's paying, everybody is trying, everybody has worked together, Ozzy, and I'm engaging just because I like you and I know you're passionate.
Thank you.
This will be the last time on this.
Okay.
If not, we talk in our office like
Okay.
I've asked you before. Everybody in this council wants our parks to be the best parks.
For Hialeah residents.
Of course, who am I talking about? Doral?
Who can afford $2,000 for soccer league?
So listen right now.
Okay.
You're looking for a problem. And if you do.
No, not a problem.
Listen, you're looking for a crack in the system. You're gonna find it.
No, no.
You're going to find it.
How many residents can afford those prices of these,
So listen.
of this thing when you approve it?
Think of
This
it.
is a 3-year
No, I'm
contract.
not talking about this. I'm talking about the big.
No,
picture.
but this
So
is,
listen-
this is a resolution
no,
on board.
listen,
Wait. This is a resolution.
But Ozzy, everybody here, so you can feel, when you go to sleep tonight, you can feel comfortable. We are looking out for our residents. All right, we're bringing in everything possible for our kids can get out of the freaking home, playing on his computer and going out there. And guess what? As a council, since last year, since we've been here, since all of us, you see our parks packed.
Yeah, by
And
non-residents. I agree with you. This is
And I
for
guarantee you,
non-residents.
and I guarantee you that 85% of 95% of the residents who are using the bodies or people physically there, because nobody from Doral is gonna drive at 7 o'clock in Palmetto, the traffic to come to
They-
Hialeah.
they
It's not
do.
gonna happen. Maybe 1 or 2.
The league at Casas Park is all Doral.
And guess
It's even,
what? And guess what? I'm just telling you, and I value your opinion.
no, it's a
But-
fact.
But every question you asked, our parks director, they open the doors to have a conversation with you and they listen to you. Okay, all of us. But having said that to you, having said that we don't have flag football somewhere, or we don't have different programs anywhere, that's not a true statement.
Okay, look, going back to this
Okay, so
resolution,
then
this is for
that's it.
non-residents,
Okay,
right?
Okay.
This resolution for
He
non-residents,
has
agree with
his
that.
3 minutes.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, please consider using our money for our
No.
residents and our parks for our
I'll let
residents.
you know, but no.
Hey, thanks a lot.
All
I
right.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you, appreciate it. Yeah, please.
Really quick, just to clarify on what he said, the RFP was put out where the enrollment rate in these programs had to be.
Please give your name
Luis
and.
Suarez, Purchasing Director, 501 Palm Avenue. RFP, we put in 75% of the enrollment rate had to be Hialeah residents.
Correct.
We also established two different pricing structures. We had a recreation and a private. Recreation is capped at $55 per kid, including everything, uniforms, games, all in for our Hialeah residents, $55.
Like at the end?
Yes.
Right?
Everything. If you want to elect to go on traveling leagues or go on the higher end leagues, then you are able to pay for that. But for our residents, we established $55 all in.
And that covers how many weeks? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It varies on 10 weeks,
10 weeks at 55, not 55 every month.
55 for the entire season, including playoffs,
Including what?
playoffs and the championship game. Uniforms, trophies, medals, everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to, the $55 is on this contract, this RFP that we have out.
Yes, so we did two pricing structures. We wanted to make sure we covered the recreation children, and for people that cannot pay for the traveling leagues, we covered that basis at $55, and it's in there. And then in addition to that, whoever wanted to pay for the extra traveling leagues, depending on your age, it varies in pricing, but for people that cannot afford that, it's $55 all in.
And what do you mean, people? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you?
If you don't want, if you
Okay.
can't afford $200, $300 for a league, you always have the
But-
$55 league.
But do you have to present some evidence or it's just?
No,
hey, I
it's
can't.
made available to everyone.
Okay. We don't.
As long as you
exclude it.
keep 75% of your enrollment Hialeah residents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Santana.
5601 West 10th Avenue, Juan Santana. He left me speechless. Really, you know. I don't doubt the staff here. We have an amazing park staff. Things have gotten better, but what Pepper was saying, it is the truth, because regarding when I was doing the back to school backpack event in Seminole, magically this other league was coming to play, and we're like, sir, I'm sorry, you got to go talk to the park director, and you know, we're here today, we're passing out book bags. And it is true, there is a lot of other honestly, I kind of see it good, but at the same time it does restrict, because from experience, I'm just telling you from experience, when I brought up the issue at Bucky Dam Park, when Eduque was wife was locking up the fence to not let the residents use the park. And she called me a fat something. I was standing over there. It was really funny though. You know, but Duke's wife, the baseball player, you know, and everybody was laughing in here and stuff like that. But it was true, because I did show that even with the press, that the parks were not being utilized. And you know what she said? I'm not gonna allow the residents to use the park because they leave garbage everywhere. And again, this administration has improved things here due to the negligence of the last administration. But I am happy that, you know, they made it affordable, because I even suggested stuff like that regarding a Duke's program here, because I'm like, man, it's a great experience to have a professional teach the kids of Hialeah about baseball, right? I played football, you know, I didn't, you know, I used to knock it far, but you know, I just didn't, it wasn't for me. I thought I was Nolan Ryan or Ricky Henderson, you know. So, but basically, I'm impressed. You know, that at least they had it now. They have it set up that, hey, look, if you want to play, it's this price for the whole season. But guys, let's try to have some more audits done. You know, as administration, do audits regarding, you know, we have so many people coming into Hialeah, but we're not. The federal government's not benefiting us to continue the improvements, you know, and stuff like that. And this is something I think you guys should know for audits, for audit wise, how many residents are playing in these leagues, you know, that we're letting RFPs come here that are limited liability companies. At the end of the day, remember, the liability always falls on who has the most money. And it's not those companies, it's the city of Hialeah. So let's be very careful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santana. Do we have a motion?
I had made a motion.
Second? So there was a motion by Mr. Councilman Zogby. Do we have a second? By Commissioner. Councilman, I'm sorry.
Motion.
Second by Mr.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Consent item T, proposed resolution waiving competitive bidding and authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to issue and execute a purchase order to John Ibarra and Associates Incorporated for surveying and mapping services for the High Line Improvement Project, approving the expenditure in an amount not to exceed $76,940 and providing for an effective date. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Jose Aldi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I first I highly recommend we need a resolution that whenever we have a shade meeting, we gotta provide Cuban coffee. That's like number one.
You know, I thought about that for real.
Yeah, no, for real, like I'm falling asleep, but yeah, so I'm not questioning the purchasing. I don't know if he understands contracts, but please read that contract that we just approved in detail. There is no way Hialeah can have 5 soccer leagues and have 74% of residents. Read the percentage of how many residents compared to what the other things that we're giving these LLCs. Please, no LLC is gonna come because they're gonna lose money. That's public recreation, but just please read the details of that, and I will come back to you with the details. So, all right, so I'm going back to like the underline. When they built the underline, the Parks and Recreation only wanted a bike trail, right? It was Related Group and other big-time developers that wanted to build this huge thing, and now we're gonna use the money for the impact fees to do this bike trail on East Fourth, which, okay. I'm not gonna talk about Miami Beach or like Doral because, I'm gonna say City of Miami. What is City of Miami doing? They're building parks with their impact fee. The last community center we built was Roberto Casas Park in 1991. I was hired, Raul Martinez was mayor in 1982. In 1982, after that, we built Goodlit Park, Wild Park, Casas Park, Dent Park, and Slade Park. We built those 5 big community centers, right? We built aquatic centers at McDonald and the aquatic center is the Buggy Dent. Mr. Rodriguez, correct me if I'm wrong. Since Raul Martinez left, the next 3 mayors, they closed down the park at Filer. They closed down the park at Hialeah Middle. They closed down the pool at Bright. Correct me when I'm wrong. They closed down the pool at Walker Park. They closed down the pool at Cosman Park, right? They eliminated the programs like I keep saying in our local parks. We'll see hopefully this end, okay? So I make a proposal that we revisit our impact fees. The first priority we should have, we need to open up at least Walker Park pool. Walker Park, like 15 years ago, we built a $500,000 splash park. Walker Park pool is a pool and a splash card. It's been closed for over 5 years. If you know the area of Walker Park, I was director there for a couple of years. It's all apartment buildings. Those kids don't have a pool. Those kids, like you go there in the summer, they don't even like some of the parks don't even have lunches. So the impact fee, I hope you revisit the impact fee. Okay, can you stop the clock? Miss, this is kind of like annoying. It's not professional, but okay. I propose that you revisit the impact fee with this underlying project like they did with Related Realty. The developers have your ears and they want you to do that, but please consider opening up at least Walker Park pool and splash pad with the impact fee.
Thank you, sir.
I really thank you for your cooperation today.
Thank you, sir.
For real, I
Appreciate
really
that.
appreciate it. I know sometimes I can nag.
That's cool.
Thank you.
You mean well.
Deborah Storch, Planning and Zoning Director, 501 Palm Avenue. I don't understand how what he just said is related to item T. Item T is a resolution to choose one of the surveyors to start the survey of what is the High Line. There's no mention here of impact fees, so I don't know how this relates to the impact
Got
fees.
it. Got it, Deborah. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
We got a second? No, we got
Second.
4. We got 4. Didn't cut yourself. So we got a motion.
A motion by Mr. Zaki,
Second.
by Ms. De La Vega.
No, my Monica.
Oh, Ms. Perez,
Perez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco is away. Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Mr. Junco, while you were away, we voted on consent item T. May I please have your vote for the item?
Yes.
Thank you. Administrative item 12A. Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending in part Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah entitled Administration, Article 3, entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Division 7, entitled Charter School Oversight Committee, Section 2-755, to be entitled Rights, Duties, and Obligations, amending the transfer of operation and supervision of the city-sponsored charter school, the City of Hialeah Educational Academy, to a voluntary non-for-profit board, City of Hialeah Education Academy Incorporated, or any successor non-profit organization authorized under state law to operate a Florida charter school, and repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes.
If I may just, I forget if this was mentioned before, but this is simply a clarificational amendment to say that the transfers to a voluntary not-for-profit board,
Yeah.
City of Hialeah Education Academy in Kohia, or any successor not-for-profit corporation authorized by state law to operate a Florida charter school. It was to clarify who that was.
All right, thank you. This is second reading, so open for public hearing.
Juan Santana, 5601 West 10th Avenue. I've been saying this for a while now, regarding who was the one that's gonna be being the oversight committee regarding this school. And it was very brought to my attention, just asking for public records, when unfortunately, I asked for public records here. I don't get all of it. They don't give me everything I asked for. They will hold a lot of information. Let me tell you. Chapter 19 here in the state of Florida, and this, especially here in Hialeah, they are terrible regarding giving public records. I asked for who's the one that is going to be taking over the school as an administration. They just give me the name. Instead of giving me the full DBA that they're operating off of, full everything, I guess they want extra details instead of the clerk asking for that. Also, when you go and click on the little link to try to open the stuff, it never opens. And it continues to happen. The clerk, the workers here, they're amazing. What's it called? I can't say about that. Everybody else above the clerks are not operating at full effect here again. And it continues to happen. And at the same time, come to find out, the CEO of this nonprofit was a former mayor here. I don't know if you guys know that or not. And then also, that way I was the president of the Salvation Army Advisory Council for 5 years. They wanted to put a private school there. Back then, the private school that they wanted to put, they were going to gross over $68,000 a year per child. I know that this school is operating on more than that. Okay. And for the city to only get $558,000 out of that lease, that's not a lot of money. Okay. And they're also operating, just hear me out. And they're also operating now that they're going to be getting more space. Of course, we have not finished because we have to go to second reading. Okay. That they're utilizing. Now, what I offered to them was that I suggested to them was that they should start looking at another property, that they can expand the school to make it bigger. But at the same time, it always comes back that Hialeah is still on the hook for the school. Ladies and gentlemen, please do your audit regarding this company, right? And you're going to see a lot of the things I said tonight is true. Do your own research, okay? You are the legislative body of this city, okay? Let's do our job, and let's do it correctly, and let's do it efficiently, okay? I am just telling you, with the small amount of information that I've been able to get these last, I don't know, I've been asking about it for the last 8 months, and then it's always nothing. And I'm not gonna go to ethics. I'm not gonna go complain. I don't got time for that. You get me? I really don't. But at the end of the day, guys, it's not in the best interest of the city, right? Because of the amount of money that's involved. I am going to be asking for audits, right, for the last 5 years regarding how much the school Kohia has gotten, right? And how much that way I'm going to show each one of you what I'm talking about, right? Because you know what? Numbers do not lie. Numbers do not lie. Okay? It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Sir, for the record, the city does not create documents that are not in existence, and therefore, if a requester requests a record that doesn't exist, we say there's none. And if we have an answer, then the law does not obligate that we respond to questions, but we provide the answer. As far as I'm concerned, we don't have any requests open related to a charter school for the person who just spoke. Thank you.
And just to reiterate, that's a correct statement of the law. Florida law says that if you have a responsive record, yes, you must produce it unless it's exempt. But you're not required to create a record if none exists. I do listen to our speakers, or I try to, and just so you know, on Sunbiz, the persons listed for City of Hialeah Education Academy, Inc., as officers, directors, and president are Teresa Santalo Sanchez, Noel Iglesias, Vincent Turk, and Armando Llanes, and the registered agent is Academica Corporation. I don't want to misspeak, sir, because I'm not certain, but you know, it's
Through the chair.
Something?
Yes. That being said, with all that said, this item has nothing to do with the financial arrangement that we have made with Kohia. So this means that we're no longer supervising the operations of Kohia, which is what we all agreed on. And this is just a second reading, putting the rubber stamp on it. So I motion.
We got a motion.
Is this second reading?
Ozzy, actually, yes, Ozzy, please.
Jose Ozzy, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, the charter school is a very positive move for especially on conservative parents, but there's also sometimes where it's not negative and like the whole picture has to be evaluated. I'm asking you to please read the impact fees that we passed, how we're going to use those impact fee also relating to the last item. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We got a motion, Councilman Zogby. Can I have a second?
Motion.
Got a second, Councilman Junco.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item 12B, first reading of proposed ordinance amending the Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Chapter 98, entitled Zoning, Article 5, Zoning District Regulations, Division 33, NBD, Neighborhood Business District, amending Section 98-1627, Purpose, Section 98-1628, Definitions, Section 98-1629, Geographic Area and Exclusion, Section 98-1630.1, Permitted Uses, Limitations, and Prohibited Commercial Uses, Section 98-1630.2, Building Uses, Section 98-1630.3, Development Standards, Section 98-1630.6, Building Design Concept Requirements, Section 98-1630.7, Design and Development Standards, and Section 98-1630.8, Limited Expansion on MBD Overlay District Regulations, subject to special use permit, retitling and amending Section 98-1630.4, height incentives, Section 98-1630.9, site plan review, demolition, and construction schedule, and removing Section 98-1630.5, density incentives, to revise the permitted uses, clarify the development standards, and to approve the zoning regulations, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Deborah? Thank you.
Deborah Storch, Planning and Zoning Director. And this item was tabled As you know, we adopted the MBD regulations in the year 2007. And after all these years of having seen projects developed with this ordinance, we noticed that most of them required ordinances, variances. So we wanted, the main goal about this amendment is to streamline the approval process. The objectives are to update the minimum unit size, to update the parking requirements, to simplify the incentive point system, to incorporate 3 new MBD areas, and to incorporate design guidelines. If you want to go to the next slide. The next one, please. Why we are updating the rules? To incorporate lessons learned from developed projects and to incorporate the public feedback. The key aims are to reduce or eliminate the need for variances, to reduce the entitlement time, to reduce entitlement cost associated with public hearing applications, and to provide examples of the incentives expected in exchange of increased density and height. There are key definitions in the ordinance. Activity node, that is a busy street or transit corridor where more activity is encouraged. The incentive points are physical features that are to be included in the site or building to obtain increased density or height. A mixed-use building is a building with active ground floor, which may or may not include commercial uses. It could be a lounge or it could be a lobby area, what creates that mixed use and activity on the first floor. And the MBD design guidelines are graphic examples of site building features that fulfill the incentive point criteria. So we're going to create a collection of things of how we think that articulation could be, how we think that first floor active use should be. So we are working on those design guidelines. We currently have 5 NBD areas. You can see them on the map. And you can see some examples of what was developed in the last 10 years using these MBD regulations. And we are incorporating 2 new areas. One area is along Okeechobee Road. The next slide, please. One area is along Okeechobee Road where you're fronting the Miami River Canal. So I think it's a good place to go up and to promote redevelopment. Another area is along Hialeah Drive, east of East 8th Avenue, where there is a lot of redevelopment needed. And the next area is around what is the Hialeah Lea Arts District. And then the local level contribution to reducing the initial cost of constructions that we were asked by the developers to work on that. The way that what we can do is to reduce the need for variances by merging the density and height incentives, by simplifying the articulation requirements, by reducing the unit size requirements, and by reducing the parking requirement. On the permitted and prohibited use, what is allowed is to have residential, shops, gyms, restaurants, exercise studios, offices, and parks. What is not allowed is to have car repair shops, adult entertainment, nightclubs, smoke and vape shops, and industrial uses. The building uses and the development standards, how buildings can be used. For example, the density starts with 32 units per acre without incentives and can reach up to 70 units per acre without incentives. That is existing and is not changing. The height is up to 55 feet without incentives and 95 feet with incentives, except for some areas where this is not compatible. The new unit sizes are 700 square feet and 25% of the units are 500 square feet. If you remember, the applicants always come and ask for reduced size. So we are a big percentage now of the units can be at 500 square feet. The parking, the new changes are that the parking space is one parking space is required for studios and 1-bedroom units with area less than 700 square feet. 1.5 parking spaces will be required for 1 and 2 bedroom units that do not exceed 1,000 square feet, and then 2 parking spaces for all others. The guest parking spaces, we are requiring now 1 additional parking space for every 10 units. For projects proffering affordable housing units, a parking reduction may apply, but this will be another amendment for mixed income project that will come after this MBD gets approved.
If, through the chair? Can you
Yes,
go back to that last slide, please?
yes.
Guest spaces, additional guest spaces, for 10 units, right? One space per 10
One
units?
per each 10 units.
How is that different from the existing?
Well, now is 1 for every 4 units.
Every 4, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Then what we're adding here is a site plan review and expiration. If you remember, we have here applications that they came, they got all the entitlements and the year passed, 5 years, 8 years, and they never developed the site. So the same way that we have with the MBD, you have 12 months to have your site plan approved, you have 18 months to get a building permit application and 24 months to start construction. You can get extensions if there are hardships, but the idea is that we don't want these to be speculation. So we want people to come here to propose these new projects and to build them, not just to get entitlements and then the price of the land becomes so high that no one can build. So that's mainly what it is. If you have any questions.
Through the chair. Granted. You would remember more than we do because you're dealing with that all the time. So this reflects what you've seen, what we've had so many meetings for variances, for this reflects what the building trend is now.
What has been for the last years when they started developing NBD projects, yes.
This is I think an excellent set of updates. Now it's up to us to enforce it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have less requests coming before us if with these new
If they
with this new
comply with all
updated
the
yeah.
regulations, exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Mhm.
Got it. I have a question for you. And as far as Live Local Act, right? So this pretty much would be our city plan, and the developers, if they need to use that route, they're not gonna have to because we already have approval for the areas, right? I mean,
Well,
comparing to.
The base that we use, like the maximum density, is the density in the MBD. So if they come and use the Live Local Act, they will need to abide by this regulation.
Got it. Got it. All right. Well, this is the first reading. Gotcha. All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah. And the Live Local Act, like this density, the base is 32 units per acre. To get
32.
to the 70, you need to provide incentives. So if someone comes with a Live Local Act and they want to develop at the 70 units per acre, they will need to provide also the
Got
incentive.
it. Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Deborah, sorry.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. The parking, the question, I have a question on the parking. So we went from 1 extra parking for every 4 units to 1 extra parking every 10 units. Is that what we've been?
The trend has
We have
been
a
that
parking
everyone comes
issue.
for a variance
Parking
and
issue.
they are granted the variance. And the tendency also, the trend in all other cities, many of them even take out the parking regulations. But there was an excellent article on the New York Times saying, okay, you can do that, but that also comes with responsibility. So we will ask for less parking, so we will help the developers build more affordable units, but then we will have to take care of how we manage the on-street parking, because there is on-street parking, but many times it's not well utilized. There's not a lot of code enforcement. So we're giving this advantage to promote the construction of more units, but then we will have to take responsibility of what comes next.
How did we get to the number 10? Just curious, because it's.
Average. No, I'm sorry. I don't
Okay.
want-
How did we get to number 10?
We looked at other requirements in other cities and one for each 10. And also all these regulations were looked by different developers and they all gave us suggestions. And we started with 1 for every 10 units, looking at other cities, and they all agreed that that was fine.
Deborah, sorry.
No, I'm done.
All right. Deborah, you asked, I just saw it, I'm curious, as far as mechanic shops and all that, are we gonna design, change the conversation, are we gonna have an area in Hialeah? I get that a lot, by the way.
An area for what?
An area for mechanic shops, that type of industry?
Well, we already have that, and
How
there is
future?
a,
Or,
we already have areas for mechanic shops, many areas for mechanic shops. And there is someone in the annexation area, there is an empty lot in the industrial area that they came with the idea of not building more of this distribution warehouse, but building this type of smaller warehouse where they can accommodate the automotive uses, but better in a better way than how they are accommodated now. Because as you have seen in many of these areas, they have a warehouse that was prepared for a mechanic shop where you will take care of one car. So the car would come inside, they would take care of the car. But the reality is that they have one car inside, but they have 25 cars inside using all the parking areas. So all of that is outdated. What is outdated and is there is grandfathered, but for the future, we should think on something different. And I think it will come there in the annexation area.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have a motion, Councilman Zogby,
Motion.
and we have a second from Mr. Junco, Councilman Junco.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 28th, 2025. Item 12C, first reading of proposed ordinance amending the Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Chapter 98, entitled Zoning, Article 6, Supplementary District Regulations, Division 10, Parking, amending Section 98-2189, Minimum Required Off-Street Parking Spaces, Section 16, NBD Neighborhood Business District, to revise the permitted parking uses, clarify the residential and commercial use standards, and to improve the zoning regulations, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
This item is first reading, not open for public. Do we have a motion? Or do we have any council? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this goes together with the other item that I already provided there.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I think
Okay, motion.
I got a motion, Councilman Zogby,
Second.
and a second from Councilman Perez.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 28th, 2025. Item 12D, first reading of proposed ordinance repealing and rescinding Hialeah Ordinance Number 2024-072, attached hereto as Exhibit A, adopted on July 15th, 2024, granting a special use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-161, to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay in relation to a proposed mixed-use development, including 21 residential units and approximately 2,050 square feet of commercial space. Granting a variance permit to allow 3 residential units with an area of 593 square feet, where only 10% of residential units may have a minimum area of 600 square feet. Waive the building mass and building frontage development standard to allow a site area of 13,500 square feet with a street frontage of 135 feet, or a minimum site area of 20,000 square feet and a minimum street frontage of 200 feet is required, and allow 10.71% pervious area, where 30% pervious area is required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-1630.2, 98-1630.8, and 98-2056, subsection B2. Properties located at 805 Palm Avenue and 22 East 8th Street, Hialeah, Zone CR, Commercial Residential District, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Items in first reading. Do we have any council discussion? And can I have
And a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, if you want explanation, I can provide you the explanation. This is something that was already approved. It's a very nice project on Palm Avenue. There was a problem with the address. So you are repealing and rescinding this ordinance and then readopting it with the correct address.
Thank you.
Motion.
We got a motion, Councilman Zogby, and we have a second.
By Ms. De La
Yeah,
Vega.
I'm sorry, Ms. De La Vega. Sorry.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 28th, 2025.
Oye, tengo frío. Like this.
For the record, that was Deborah Storch.
All right.
Item-
Not about the holding, though.
Item 12E, first reading of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-161, to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay in relation to a proposed mixed-use development, including 21 feet of residential units and approximately 2,050 square feet of commercial space, granting a variance permit to allow 3 residential units with an area of 593 square feet, where only 10% of the residential units may have a minimum area of 600 square feet. Waive the building mass and building frontage development standards to allow a site area of 13,500 square feet with a street frontage of 135 feet or a minimum site area of 20,000 square feet and minimum street frontage of 200 feet is required, and allow a 1.71% pervious area where 30% pervious area is required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-1630.2, 98-1630.8, and 98-2056, subsection B2. Property is located at 805 Palm Avenue and 11 East 8th Street, Hialeah Zone CR Commercial Residential District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Items in first reading.
Motion.
Got a motion, Councilman Zogby. Can I have a second? Second. I have a second, Councilman Junco.
Ms. De La Vega, Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 28th, 2025. Unfinished business, sir?
Sorry, any unfinished business?
Motion to adjourn.
And we're done.
No, we're still missing, no,
We're not yet.
we're missing,
What are we missing?
16A and 16B.
That's.
Oh, I thought that was.
Bye, ladies.
Oh, no, it was land use.
Yeah, we are. I just hurried up.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand. Oh.
Las personas que, oh, wow. Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, pónganse de pie y alcen la mano derecha.
So for the record, no one is here expressing that they will be testifying. So the next item is 17A. Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance approving a final plat of lane subdivision, accepting all dedication of avenues, streets, roads, or other public ways, together with all existing and future planting of trees, shrubbery, and fire hydrants, property legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
This item's on second.
Yeah,
reading.
this item is second reading. It is open for public hearing. Nobody's here?
We have a motion by Mr. Zogby.
Yes. We have a motion. Can I have a
Second.
Second, Councilman Perez.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Junco.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item 17B, second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance approving a final plat of Lago Vista, accepting all dedication of avenues, streets, roads, or other public ways, together with all existing and future planting of trees, shrubbery, and fire hydrants, property legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Items open for second reading. Any public comments?
Motion.
Motion.
Otherwise.
I got a motion Councilman Zogby. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilwoman De La Vega.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. Perez? Motion carries. The item is approved.
Okay.
The next city council meeting will be held on January 28th, 2025 at 5:30 PM. No more business, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Now we're done.